Oh, good afternoon from Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu, just outside the heart of Mexico City. It's a 2026 Baseball Champions League, and we have finally hit our final game of pool play action. It's the Diablos Rojos taking on the Crocodiles of Mexico. Trevor Curl, Colin Russo, and Colin, we have got ourselves another good one. Kane County Cougars have already locked themselves in for Championship Sunday. It's time to determine on who is going to be the opponent and the visitor.
Yeah, that's right, and this is a huge game for that, and Diablos knows exactly what they need to do. If they win, they're in, and we see a rematch of that first nightcap we had on day one. That would be epic. However, the Crocodiles have a chance to play some spoil here and potentially get Dantos onto that next game. So there's a lot at stake between these two. Should make for a fun atmosphere and a fun game.
Yeah, as we look at the standings here, we have the Kane County Cougars at the #1 spot. They are slotted in as the #1 home team as well in the process. But yeah, that #2 slot, who is it going to be? And right now, Diablos looking like the favorites going into this game, the way they've played the last couple of ball games, including the last night battle against the Brothers. And the Brothers gave them a run for their money. The offense that the Chinese Taipei was showing out. But again, the unfortunate aspect of that, an inexperienced ball club versus a lineup that's chock full of former big league stars, showed up that night.
Yeah, that's right. And then really the power started to show up for the Diablos. You look at home runs by Rio Ruiz and Brian Gonzalez, and of course, the huge grand slam by John Singleton, a part of a 5-hit performance. He is going to be a big problem for this Cuban team if they're not careful about it. But it is important to mention Carlos Sepulveda, who's a huge part of this team, and the top spot that he's been batting at #1. Went out with an injury, not in the starting lineup today. So you had to do a little bit of shuffling if you're Lorenzo Bundy on how you're going to run the top part of this offense. We'll see if that affects the Diablos team with Ramon Flores leading off.
Now, another speed option at the top of your lineup card, but that does mean 1 through 9 is not as complete as it would be without Sepulveda's bat. But you're going to see a young right-hander on the Cuban side. Shail Cruz will take the ball. And when you're looking at a young pitcher who's going against an experienced lineup like the Diablos, what is the key for him to go at it?
Yeah, I think you definitely have to just hit your spots. Make sure you're getting in the strike zone. Do not fall behind in the count. We saw that happen with Chinese Taipei and that John Singleton grand slam. It was 3-1 count right down the middle, and Singleton gave it a ride. They are certainly capable of doing that. So if you're Shail Cruz, just try to hit your spots. Do your best to not fall behind in counts.
Miguel Yaher will take the ball for the Diablos, and this will be his debut in a Diablos uniform after some years in the major leagues and as well out in Japan. So he gets a chance to fire up this rambunctious crowd that is getting set behind us. AA Baseball TV will have game number 10 of Pool Play Baseball Champions League coming up next. Back to action here inside Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu. There's no score as we go to the top half of inning number 2. 6, 7, and 8 due up. Perez, Duque, and Sanchez. Yahure, at the age of just 27 years old, but will soon celebrate a 28th birthday. Made his debut at the age of 24, late September of 2022 for the New York Yankees. The first pitch on the way to Perez. He takes a called strike. Oh, 1 is swung on and thumped out to left. Sending Gonzalez back. He turns, he looks, and it's gone. Andre Perez, a solo shot, 1-0 Crocodiles in the top of inning number 2.
Well, it took 15 innings, but finally, the Crocodiles have a run on the board, 100 miles an hour even off the bat, 419 into that Crocodile bullpen, and an early lead for a change, this Cuban team.
Well, this ball was thumped, and Perez knew he got it. Flies to the back of the Cubans' bullpen, and that is a much-needed jump start. Yariel Duque with a swing and a miss.
I love the pitchers going after it like fans, trying to get the ball.
Well, it's been a tough go of it as of late for the Crocodiles. The 0-1. It's downstairs. But if there is a game to show up for in a big way, it would be this afternoon. Perez's first RBI of the tournament as well. 1-1. Big swing from Duque. Comes up empty.
It's only the third at-bat for Duque in this tournament. He does have an RBI, though, 1 for 2.
It bounces in. When this tournament is all said and done, we would have seen a fair share of handful of home runs, maybe enough that could last us about a month or so of games just in the regular season. Two. Swing and a miss. Has him fishing out front. There's the first out of the inning. Third strikeout for Yahure.
Got him chasing again. He's got that low pitch dropping off the shelf working. Second time he's gotten one of these Crocodiles to swing. And that changeup just falling right off the table.
Well, like many of the pitchers who are experiencing their first ever games in Mexico City, first pitch, thrown bat, swinging strike. But it is a common theme from pretty much every pitcher that we have either A, talked to, or B, we have seen in an interview or have talked to local media about, is getting used to pitching here in Mexico City. Getting used to the breaking ball just not having the same bite as it would at sea level or wherever they have been training over the last offseason. And it just is a common theme that when you come here to Mexico City, you have to either develop certain pitches to help you pitch here in the elements, or you just simply have to find ways to make your pitches that you already got more effective, whether that is spinning it out in front a different way, whether it's utilizing your off-speed over your breaking stuff. One, swinging another whiff.
Well, the breaking stuff is certainly working early for Yahure.
Just the one mistake to Perez. A couple of weak contacted base hits back in the first inning. The 0-2. Outside and low. And what we saw from the Crocodiles specifically yesterday was their inability to hold up and not chase. They might be the most free-swinging team that we've seen so far in this tournament.
They certainly were against the Cougars.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. The ball gets away towards the third base dugout, and it's going to result in a drop third strike. And in the same at-bat, Luis Sanchez will find his way aboard And his bat has been tossed twice.
Well, I guess it makes for a good distraction. Drop third strike. The first time we've seen that in this tournament where a runner has been aboard on first base because of it. A tough break for you, Harvey.
I'll bring up Luis Mateo. And it's not just like they're chasing a couple of pitches that are just outside the strike zone. These are wipeout sliders that these guys are going after. A thump to left. Backing up is Gonzalez. He can't get it. It bangs to the wall. Rounding second for third, Sanchez. He's getting the wave around. Here's a throw by Villalobos, and it's just going to be cut off. A late stop sign will put runners at second and third, but a double by Mateo. It's his first extra base hit of the tournament.
I think Gonzalez just misjudged this a little bit. He thought he had a chance to stay in front of it instead of putting his numbers to us. Tried to leap up and make a catch. And here on the round on third, it looks like maybe just a little bit of a misfooting or maybe just a last-second call to go back. Either way, second and third, just the one out.
Maybe it looked like he just held up on the brakes. It looks like he was getting the wave around all the way. Instead, maybe about a third of the way to home, Sanchez may have thrown his own emergency brakes on. So back to the top of the order. Here's Yuliski Ramon. First pitch. He takes upstairs for ball one. A strikeout swinging his first time up. The lineup card already changing back to the top. One of the more bigger producers for this Crocodiles ball club. 5 hits so far with a home run and an RBI. 1-0 pitch, bounce on the ground to short. Villalobos will toss it over to first. There's the out. But coming in to score, Luis Sanchez, so the drop third strike ends up working out for the Crocodiles. It's 2-0.
Capitalizing on mistakes. New life from Luis Sanchez after the drop third strike, being able to work his way all the way to third and then eventually crossing home. And the Crocodiles showing their teeth early here.
I'll bring up Esteban Terry. He had a base hit his last time up for his 5th hit of the tournament. First pitch. Takes for ball one. And we've seen that upstairs pitch not be called as much of a strike so far here in BCL play. It's kind of encouraging pitchers to hit your spots low in the zone. Well, no. Swing and a jammed foul, first base side. Pretty good crowd on hand here for this Saturday late afternoon action. Setting the stage for Championship Sunday. One team already in. Just the question mark on who their opponent will be. King County Cougars with the win against Dantos earlier in this morning. Securing a 4-0 lead at the top of the tables into Baseball Champions League play. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. A bullet slider down and outside. 1-2.
It's a great game, too, for those that tuned in. A lot of back and forth action between the Dantos and Cougars in what could potentially be a championship preview.
The Cubans lead 2-0. Looking to add some more. Mateo breaks for third. The 1-2 check swing. And ruled strike 3 on the 3/4 of the way through. And the inning comes to a close. But 2 runs cross for the Crocodiles. We head to the bottom of the second. 2-0 we go to the bottom half of inning number 2, 4, 5, and 6. John Singleton, Maikel Franco, and Rio Ruiz against Shael Cruz, who had a nice and tidy bottom of the first. Fly out and then a couple of ground outs. So here's going to be the tougher task. John Singleton, who has homered twice so far in BCL play, a 2-run home run and a grand slam last night that quite literally slammed the door on the brothers in the top of the ninth. 6 for 14 so far with 7 runs batted in. First pitch in the dirt.
5 of those hits all coming against the brothers yesterday.
He's been a factor so far for this Diablos ball club. He has carried the weight when the runs just haven't simply been producing all of that much other than yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday was the first game the Diablos had double digits scored.
That was correct.
It's a 12th spot, 2-0. Singleton smashes off the first baseman Duque, rolling to the second baseman Ramon, flip to the pitcher, Cruz covering, some pinball wizard with the first out of the inning recorded.
That was blasted on the ground. Bounced right off Duque like a backboard, and Ramon, just playing heads-up ball at second base, was able to make a play, and even more heads-up ball by Cruz to step on first. How do you even score that, Trevor? It's off 3 different people.
Well, Duque is getting some treatment on. There's that magic spray that we know and love. Another rocket shot that we've seen from either Marmoleos or Singleton. It's Singleton who puts an absolute missile on at first base, and Duque gets absolutely handcuffed. He's fortunate enough that that ball rolled right to his second baseman, and a heads up by Shael Cruz to get over to first base and cover. Could have easily been a runner aboard at first base.
That was unusual. Had a drop third strike already, and now that. It's a couple of oddities to start this game.
Maikel Franco now steps in. He showed up last night with an RBI double. Now 3 runs batted in so far. First pitch, it clips him on the rump. First base runner for the Diablos, and it's Maikel Franco to bring up Rio Ruiz.
This is the kind of stuff you can't afford to do if you're Shael Cruz. Issuing the free passes, making these mistakes, because that is where the brothers will strike, or excuse me, the Diablos will strike.
Oh, it's just a breaking ball that just did not have the bite on it, and again, pitching in an elevation of 7,000 feet, the breaking ball does not have the same spin as it would back in Cuba. So everything almost working against the pitcher, including your stamina. First pitch to Ruiz. Fastball misses up and away. And Rio Ruiz has been a bright spot. He's batting 6 for Diablos. A home run, 3 runs batted in. 4 hits so far in 11 at-bats. Franco aboard at first after the hit by pitch. 1-0, taken outside for ball 2. It was 2 runs in the top half of inning number 2 for the Crocodiles. Diablos finding their first base runner of the ball game in the Franco hit by pitch. Misses out.
We're starting to see these pitch numbers tilt in the favor of the balls. 11 balls thrown to 7 strikes for Shael Cruz. We said it at the top. That's the kind of thing you can't do, is fall behind against these power bats of the Diablos.
A 3-ball alarm sound. High for ball 4. A hit by a pitch and a 4-pitch walk. Puts runners at first and second for Brian Gonzalez. And maybe it's the atmosphere inside of Estadio Alfredo Harp Helu that could be getting to the young right-hander. Well, it's not the full 26,000 capacity that can sit in this ballpark. However, it is still loud. That lower bowl can certainly bring a lot of thunder. Saw that last night, especially in a tight contest where 200 plus Chinese Taipei fans were in attendance. And both sides have action going in their respected bullpens. Brian Reyes starting to toss in the Cuba bullpen. So here's Brian Gonzalez. A home run last night, a solo shot, 3 for 10 so far, with the lone RBI being the long ball. First pitch swinging, yanked on the ground, foul, third base side. Take you back to last night for Brian Gonzalez. He had 3 hits in a row. A home run in the 6th inning, a base hit in the 8th, and then a base hit in the 9th. Came to score on the John Singleton grand slam.
A definite bright spot in the back part of that Diablos order.
The 0-1. Cued off the end of the bat. Rolled to the first baseman, Duque. Flips it to Cruz covering. Moving to second and third, Franco and Ruiz, 2 gone for Gabriel Gutierrez. We just have not seen, other than the Singleton swing, anything hit on the screws. Edgar Navarro starting to throw in the Diablos bullpen after Yahure. A couple of innings of work in the first and the top of the second. Still spring training for the Diablos Ball Club. And pitch count for pretty much most of these starters as well. We saw that with James Caprillion, who is pitching well against the King County Cougars. But a tight pitching, or tight pitch limit, I should say, is part of the reason why you're not seeing these guys go as deep as maybe they would a little bit later on into April. Taken down low and in the dirt for ball 1 to Gutierrez.
It's a heck of a way to kick off your spring training. Competing in a tournament like this in BCL.
Well, it gets you into postseason shape in March. World Baseball Classic is pretty much the same way. Guys showing up for Major League and minor league spring trainings with their club for maybe a week or 2, and then the next thing you know, they're getting prepped for the biggest international tournament representing their countries. The 1-0 in the dirt, and then you have it, the Baseball Champions League a week later, where you're representing your clubs on the highest international stage on the club circuit. All in the course of less than, or just a little over a month since spring training got started back in the middle of February. (2-0) in tight for ball 3. Here they come, the alarms again. Runners at second and third. Diablos trailing by a couple here in the bottom of the second. The 3-0. Down low, ball 4. Cruz has walked, the bases loaded. That sets up Jesus Villalobos.
Been no hits in this inning for the Diablos. It's a hit by pitch against Michael Franco, a walk to Rio Ruiz, that ground out to Gonzalez, and then another walk by Gutierrez to load the bases.
Here's Villalobos. First pitch pulled foul down the third base side. 0 for 1 in his lone at-bat of Baseball Champions League play. Came in as a defensive replacement for Carlos Sepúlveda late in the game yesterday evening. Had to be helped off the field by the training staff grabbing his wrist. Villalobos took over on defense. He got one at-bat.
Yeah, he's got to be the man replacing the man. And he's got an opportunity to do just that. The base is loaded. And a big moment early in this game.
4 hits for the Crocodiles, still none for the Diablos. They have the tying run in scoring position. The 0-1. Bounces in the dirt for a ball to even things up at 1-1.
Cruz has been wild. I wouldn't think Villalobos, he's probably just looking for one pitch in one location. Other than that, he's going to make Shael Cruz have to work.
The top of the order, Ramon Flores, would be next if it gets to him. A taxing inning nonetheless after a quick 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the first. Bit of a different story here in the bottom of inning number 2. The 1-1. Inside almost gets Villalobos, who dances out of the way.
It's been almost double the balls to strikes for Shael Cruz. 18 balls thrown, 10 strikes.
It's not been a very sharp inning for the young right-hander. Two 2-1. Just catches low outside corner for a called strike 2.
Well, with all that being said, that was actually a beautiful location. Dropped it in right in that outside corner.
Shadows almost engulfing the entire infield. The 2-2. Takes low and outside for ball 3, and everyone will be in motion on full 3-2. Michael Franco at third, Rio Ruiz at second, and Gabriel Gutierrez at first. A ball in the gap will certainly bring home all 3. The payoff. Swinging a foul. We'll try this again. But now maybe not so much after a couple of wind sprints get taken in by the runners. Get a look at the Cuban bench. That's manager Armando Ferrer. The 3-2 again. Taken down low for ball 4. Diablos on the board with a walked-in run. It's Michael Franco who touches the dish. 2-1.
Didn't even need to put a ball in play to do it. 3 walks and a hit by pitch. All self-inflicted on this Crocodiles team.
And that will bring up Ramon Flores. He flew out to left to open up the bottom of the first inning. First pitch takes outside, and that's the 21st ball thrown by Shael Cruz to the 12 strikes he's thrown.
And Ferrer sticking with him. He came out of the dugout for a minute, thought he might go to the bullpen, and then he went back in.
1-0 is cute fouled on the third base side. I think Ferrer was more voicing his vocal frustrations after a couple of borderline and close takes that resulted in the walk.
It actually looks like they've sat down Brian Reyes, who was warming up in that bullpen for the Crocodiles.
And he has since sat down. The 35th pitch between the first and second inning for Shael Cruz. The 1-1. Up and away for ball 2. And this has been one of the more taxing innings we have seen over the course of the week. And we've seen innings turn crooked numbers, but in an inning where a ball hasn't even landed for a hit yet. 2-1. Ball 3. Now things are really getting away from Cruz. He already walked in a run. He's threatening to walk in a second. It's kind of one of those things where you kind of have to serve something up. The 3-1. High ball 4. Tie game. Ramon Flores will draw the bases loaded walk. And the 4th walk of the inning, the 5th free pass. We're all squared up at 2, and Diablos has yet to even put a hit on the board, and that is going to close the book on Shael Cruz. A long trot out to the mound, but the bullpen door has swung open, and we will step aside here in the bottom of the 2nd. Brian Reyes will now take over. In relief, Moises Gutierrez the first to greet him. The first pitch taken up high for ball 1. The young 18-year-old kid has 1 season of affiliated experience with the St. Louis Cardinals Dominican Summer League. Went 5-1 over the course of 13 games, a 5.31 ERA, across 20 1/3 innings of work, 20 strikeouts, 5 walks. Matanzas, Cuba. The 1-0. Off the outside for ball 2. The nibbling just cannot find the zone, and it's been contagious between Shael Cruz and now Brian Reyes. And again, a dangerous part of this lineup card is in the weeds behind Gutierrez. 2-0. It's up and away for ball 3. And this is starting to turn into a very ugly bottom of the 2nd.
I'm not sure if it's just the atmosphere getting to him. It's the biggest crowd that we've seen in a Crocodiles game. But they just cannot find the zone.
3-0. And it's called low, ball 4. Another bases loaded walk, the 3rd in a row and that will give Diablos a 3-2 lead.
It's getting ridiculous. It's 4 walks in a row now. 5 walks total in the game, all coming in this inning. 3 runs have crossed and not a single hit for the Diablos.
That brings up Jose Marmoleos. The first strike from Reyes has finally been sent in. And there was a little extra attitude on the snapback glove from Reyes. He was certainly frustrated on a couple of balls that were close but ruled for balls. Fastball misses upstairs. And you can understand the frustration in an inning that has just gone from bad to worse. The 1-1. Marmoleos skies it. Center of the diamond in front of the plate and in front of the mound. It's going to be Reyes to take charge, and it's in and out of the glove. 2 runs cross. Gabriel Gutierrez, Jesus Villalobos, and Roman Flores score. 5-2.
Just bad to worse. This popped up right on the right side of the mound for us, left side of the mound for where Reyes was. Duque stayed home at first base, and he might have been the one that needed to take charge on it anyway. Perez couldn't find it, and by the time Reyes decided to try to throw his glove out, it was just a little bit too late.
Well, they ruled it as a hit, so as it stands right now, that is the first hit of the game for Diablos. And a ruled strike on the outside to John Singleton, who started off this inning with a 3-4-1 putout. It feels like that was about a half hour ago. A 1 is taken in tight for ball 1. One misses north. Moises Gutierrez now at third. Marmoleos at first. 2-1. Singleton smashes to right. Over the head of Noronha to the wall. In to score Gutierrez. Marmoleos to third. He gets the stop sign. John Singleton with a ringing RBI double. 6-2 Diablos.
Well, I'm going to call that the first legitimate hit we've seen from this Diablos team. And, of course, it comes off the bat of John Singleton. He just squares this one up like he's been doing all tournament, especially the last couple of games. His 6th hit in the last 2 games. And he keeps on racking up the RBIs.
And this inning has taken a toll of Crocodiles defenders, especially the outfielders. They are getting some lead-like feet. They have been standing around for quite a while, and finally some action on a ball put in play.
6 runs on just 2 hits.
Line drive by Franco. That's down the left field line, a fair ball. Into score Marmoleos. Singleton trots on in. Michael Franco with an RBI ringing double. 8-2 Diablos.
Well, now the power's starting to flash as well. And they've been just getting whatever they can take from this Crocodiles pitching staff. I mean, just not even giving them pitches to hit, walking them through, and now that they're starting to go back into the strike zone, it's still not even mattering because Singleton and Franco are using that power and driving in runs.
Another right-hander up and throwing in the Crocodiles bullpen. Rio Ruiz will now step in. He walked and then eventually came around to score. First pitch, a called strike. 8 runs coming in to score in an inning that has 3 hits. A 1 fastball taken upstairs. Inside for ball 2. Two one. Swing and a miss. Ruiz out in front. 2-2.
See if Reyes can get the Crocodiles back in the dugout. It has been a long half inning for them.
So long now that the shadows are almost all the way covering the outfield. 2-2. Just misses up and away for ball 3.
In danger of seeing our 7th walk of the inning.
Three two. Ball 4. And the inning drags along.
That's now the 2nd walk just for Rio Ruiz in this inning.
I'll bring up Brian Gonzalez. He was the 2nd out of the inning. If we remember, it was a ground out to the first baseman, Yariel Duque. That 2nd out has felt like a while ago. First pitch. And I guess it's a foul ball. At least by the reaction of Brian Gonzalez.
That's what they're saying.
The 0-1 finds the outside corner for a called strike 2. The 0-2 is swung on and missed, and the inning comes to a merciful conclusion. 8 runs on the board. We go to the 3rd, 8-2 Diablos.
Victor Gonzalez, the new man on the mound for Diablos Rojos. He comes in with a light lead of 15-2. He'll face 9-1 and 2 here in this Crocodiles lineup, starting with Luis Mateo. He zips one by him high for ball one. And now missing high and outside for 2-0. And back up the middle by Mateo, but off of the hop was Villalobos, but unable to field it cleanly. I'm guessing this will go down as an infield single for Luis Mateo. It's a tough play.
Yeah, it's a really tricky second bounce, and that's the thing about this playing surface that we've talked about all week. It's so rock hard. Has to play the short hop in. Lobos just can't get a good squeeze on it. That's the first hit in 9 batters for the Crocodiles.
It does go down as a single for Mateo, his second of the game. And lineup goes back to the top. Uleski, Ramon, 0 for 2. First pitch swinging, fouling off. Well, Victor Gonzalez, one of the more decorated arms on this Diablos team. He has spent the last 4 years in the majors, 3 of them with the Dodgers, 1 with the Yankees, and has a World Series championship ring back in 2020. There's a cut and a miss. Makes it 0-2. Debuted back in 2020 at just 24 years old in the game against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Misses on the outside edge. He looked pretty good in his rookie year. He had a 1.33 ERA in 15 games, 20 innings pitched, and at a major league level at just 24 years old. That's pretty impressive. He gets a strikeout here against Uleski Ramon. 10th of the game. Now for the Diablos. Just able to snap that one down and out of the zone and get Ramon chasing. So here's Terry. First pitch high. We've talked about it a lot with this Diablos team, but just so many former major leaguers that are on this roster top to bottom. And even if this isn't the final strength team of this Diablos, there's still plenty of firepower here, both on the pitching arms and at the bats, to make a big splash in this tournament if they do go on to win this game and go to the championship especially.
Not only that, they'll also reload as they get into the LMB season, especially around the middle part of the year in June and July.
Inside now, 2-1. Just 5 hits, 2 runs. This Crocodiles struck out 10 times in just 4 1/3 inning. 2-1. And off the plate, now 3-1, and a good count here for Esteban Terry, who does have one of those 5 hits for this Crocodiles team. One of the brighter bats as well. You see the numbers, 357. He's got 7 hits in this tournament. So we Gonzalez goes with here. Back up the middle and through for a base hit. So back-to-back singles now for the Crocodiles. I shouldn't say that. 2 of their last 3 was singles. But a little bit of life being shown in the 5th inning.
Yeah, this is the middle of the order that has produced for them mostly over the course of the tournament. First time since the first inning they've had multiple hits. Check that, make that the second. They had the home run, then the double by Mateo.
Definitely got lost in those 3rd and 4th innings. And chasing 13 runs certainly feels like a tall task, but you just have to start pushing runs across little by little. I mean, you get 2 here, 3 there, and this is still early enough that a comeback isn't completely out of the woods, but they have to start digging deep, and they especially have to start digging deep on the pitching side and defense. But it starts here at the plate.
It's more like an inning that needs at least 5 runs to start making a bit of a comeback.
That's right. Well, they're doing a good job being patient against Gonzalez. It's led to a couple of singles. Eduardo Blanco still trying to make his mark in this 3 spot. It's been a bit of a struggle for him this tournament. Ground ball to the right side. It's fielded by Ruiz, flips it to second for 1, and that's all they'll get.
Another difficult bouncing ball that we're seeing on this infield. Ruiz gives ground. He is able to get at least one of the lead runners. No chance to turn 2, however.
Yeah, I thought it was going to bounce over his head. But a good leap by Ruiz, and at least gets 1 over at second base. Sets up runners at the corners and 2 outs. And one of the bigger bats on this team for the Crocodiles in Yasiel Gonzalez. So we'll see Gonzalez v. Gonzalez here. There can only be one. First pitch. This is low, 92 miles an hour. Wind has been steadily blowing left to right pretty much all afternoon. Gonzalez fouls that one off. Victor Gonzalez set for the 1-1. This one on the ground. Having to charge in is Franco, and he smartly lets it roll foul. That's a high baseball IQ play by Michael Franco.
Well, that was as close as it gets to almost just nicking the third base bag. The ball stayed fair for 89.5 feet.
You can see it. You knew he took a little bit of a risk there, but when you're up 15-2, I think you can afford it.
I think Franco was a little bit surprised, too, that it just at the very last second took the turn left.
That's what all that experience will get you. A little pause here.
We've only seen a couple of bunts rolled up and down that third base and first base side, and really we don't know exactly how much, if there is any sort of tilt where that ground could push a ball foul, and not like on a natural grass surface where you have the natural cut of the grass that would push any ball down that third base or first base line.
Back with the 1-2. Couldn't get Yasiel Gonzalez to chase. the 2-2 spoiled once again. The battle of the Gonzalez's rages on. Luis Mateo over at third, Eduardo Blanco at first. And the 2-2. We'll do it again. Yasiel just hanging in there. Waiting for his pitch. And he fouls it off once again. Getting some work over there is Jose Noronha. It's his second ball he's had to catch off the bounce from a foul tip from his teammate.
He's getting a ton of pitches on that inner half of the plate, and all he's able to do is just utilize the label of the bat and just spoil him foul.
See if Victor Gonzalez mixes it up. 2-2 again. Poked into right field and down for a hit. That's going to score one. Crossing home plate is Mateo. Getting the wave around is Blanco. There'll be no play at the plate, so it'll be a 2 RBI double for Yasiel Gonzalez.
He gets the fortune there out over the outer half of the plate and just pokes it into the right center field alleyway. And again, we've seen this time and time again, a ball that just kicks off the turf and it skims all the way to the wall, and that's easy extra bases.
It's a really good fight put on by Yasiel Gonzalez, showing why he deserves to hit out of that 4 spot. We'll have a quick mound meeting here with Victor Gonzalez and the Rojos infield.
It's kind of hard when you're just battling up there against a counterpart who's just spoiling time and time and time again. And it feels like you may have a quality pitch on the outer half of the plate, maybe even off the plate. The next thing you know, you're quote-unquote punished for it. It's a 2-run double.
And even despite it, still 15-4. So maybe just a quick meeting for Gonzalez not to get into his own head too much about this. He's got 2 outs, and if he can get out of this inning where it is, they still have an 11-run lead. But finally, some signs of life from this Cuban team. It seems like they've been on cruise control since the 2nd inning. Can Jose Noronha keep that momentum going? First pitch swinging, launched to left field. And this one is gone. If it was fair, it was crushed, and it absolutely was. That one was a missile.
I mean, it went so high, you almost lose it up in the clouds out there in left field. It ends up tracking all the way back into that second tier of the upper deck. I mean, 440 feet, that looked a little bit more closer to 480. That's the way it looked and sounded off the bat.
Yeah, I lost it when it went over the shades that they have here at Estadio Alfredo, and I knew it was crushed, just waiting on the signal from the umpires, and that was absolutely crushed watching the replay. So don't look now, but they have the lead back down to single digits. Big 5th inning, 4 runs crossing for the Crocodiles in a 15-6 game. Andrew Perez now trying to keep the party going. One is inside. Seems like the Crocodiles doing a better job working themselves into these good hitter counts. It's just been Victor Gonzalez missing his spots, especially losing that battle to Yasiel Gonzalez. Now the 2-1. It's outside.
I think there's a bit of the fatigue on that at-bat to Yasiel Gonzalez. It was a lengthy at-bat where it was one pitch after another, and the inning just kind of keeps getting away from Gonzalez just a little bit. Starting to see a right-hander throw in the Diablos bullpen. It's just been an interesting game so far. Both sides putting up some big scores on, especially in this fifth inning, a 4-run spot, but it kind of just feels like the game has had a very interesting pace.
Well, and imagine where this Crocodiles team might be if they didn't have all the walks. I mean, they were walking in runs, hit by pitches, at least 4 or 5 you can credit just to that. So this gets chopped back up the middle. It's a nice grab by Gutierrez, but he loses it on the transfer. And another man aboard now for the Crocodiles.
It's a chaotic inning. Just choppers going to the infielders, choppers that are just out of reach of the infielders, and it's just such a peppery field where all you have to do is make contact and things are going to happen, and that's going to pull the plug on Gonzalez.
Looks like that's it for Victor Gonzalez. Couldn't quite get out of the inning. He's given up 4. Crocodiles are still looking to punch through here and get this game closer in the top of the 5th. We'll step aside and tell you about the new man when we come back. Well, back here in a 20-6 game, Diablos on top of the Crocodiles, and there is the new man on the mound, Yasni Garcia, looking to try to put out this fire that the Diablos have continued to start. It has been up and down action in this lineup. This is outside ball one against John Singleton. If this score holds, we're looking at a matchup between the Cougars and the Diablos. And the way the Diablos are playing right now, seems like that would be a pretty exciting matchup.
It's safe to say that a 16-run comeback is possible, but maybe not probable.
The outside now 3-0. It's been patient approaches and the big swings as we've been coming to expect from this Diablos team starting to run through. And something that a pitching staff that has struggled a little bit from the Cougars would have to worry about. And of course, they've been producing a lot more offense than the Crocodiles, so it's a 4-pitch walk to John Singleton.
Well, that bullpen in left field is starting to look very lonely out there.
You're not kidding. But it just seems like the firepower has absolutely arrived with this Diablos team, and potentially that pitching staff that's been struggling a little bit with the Cougars. I mean, they're going to have to hunker down and try to figure out how to slow down the Diablos.
Well, the one good thing about this is that they had the early game today. They have a little bit of extra time to rest. In about 24 hours, we will crown a champion for Baseball Champions League 2026. So they at least have that luxury of being able to have that little extra hours. But at the same time, you're looking at 20 runs on the board to 16 hits. Remember, a lot of this got started because the Crocodiles were just unable to keep the walks at a low number. And for the whole tournament, the Diablos just would not take advantage of those walks. They finally have now. So now you're seeing what could happen when you give a team with this offensive caliber extra outs.
Well, you mentioned the offensive caliber. Here goes another big fly into that bullpen of the Crocodiles, almost like sending a message. Michael Franco with a 2-run shot, and it's 22-6.
This feels unheard of, just at least for us. Last year, obviously, there was the big score lines. Right now, we are on pace to having a 40-run game.
5th home run of the game for this Diablos team.
I mean, we're almost at a point where every single guy on this Diablos roster is going to have a home run.
Well, they have one man left that doesn't have a hit, and it's the man at the plate, Rio Ruiz. So he's looking to change that and join the party. 22 runs pushed across for this Diablos team.
That's 3 innings in a row of at least 8 men or more to the plate.
You'll usually see a lot of success if you can do that 3 times in a row.
They're almost at their second 8-run frame of the day.
Ruiz back up the middle, and he is aboard. Every single Diablo with at least 1 hit against the Crocodiles.
It's an offense that just doesn't stop. The ball gets put in play, and it just somehow finds a way through or finds a way over the fence. It really just never ends with these guys, and we're seeing them what happens when they're seeing the ball well, and it's just not ending. Remember, it took them over an inning and 2/3 to get their first hit. And now they have 18.
Certainly came up quick. And it has not stopped since as Brian Gonzalez settles in. It was opening night in this BCL. The Cougars against the Diablos that saw Kane County take a 14-7 win. But it feels like this Diablos team has come a long way since game 1. The firepower and this offensive unit, especially in the middle, the bats of Gutierrez and Marmoleos and Singleton and Franco, even Ramon Flores, Rio Ruiz, these guys can all take advantage of a home run at any point. And they are heating up at the exact right time. It's a 2-2 now to Brian Gonzalez. This one bounces in. Stopped by Perez. Runs the count full. There's still just one out. See where Villalobos goes. Excuse me, Garcia goes. And it's outside. 1-2 on the bases. And the 10th walk of the game.
That's not doing you any favors. That's 10 free passes. Essentially put 10 runs on the board. And that's pretty much what's happened.
Just unable to catch any sort of breaks. Whether it's shooting themselves in the foot with the walks or even when they are starting to put balls in the zone, Diablos just being all over it. Gabriel Gutierrez has reached every time. 3 walks and a single. Count evens up at 1. So assuming this holds, what is the Cougars pitching staff going to have to do to try to hold these bats down?
Again, it just stems of you can't walk guys. You can't give them free passes. And then also at the same time is you can't just lay in just a couple of hittable pitches. It really does have to come you being able to be aggressive enough to go after this Diablos lineup card, but also at the same time not giving in. So it really is a fine line to tiptoe. But again, it's a Cougars team that had success against them already, so at least they have that sort of confidence going into Sunday.
This one into right field, charging in and making the catch is Noronha for out number 2.
And not only that, too, it also becomes a point where you're playing for a championship as well. So there's that adrenaline that comes into it. So there's that aspect of a game where you know you're going into a dogfight. A 22 scoreline should certainly at least make you at least open up your eyes and realize, okay, we cannot just fool around here. We need to go right after work. But we've seen that from the Cougars so far all tournament long, so that's nothing new. What is new is that Diablos have woken up, and their offense has not stopped since that 8-run second inning. I mean, they really have put the pedal to the metal down, and you're starting to see what almost an 100% lineup card from them looks like.
Certainly feels like a much different team than what the Cougars saw night 1 of this BCL. Villalobos swings and misses at the first pitch. But the Cougars did bring all of the strong arms in the American Association that we saw last year, including a very strong bullpen, that if they can get a lead, more times than not they hold a lead. And we've been seeing consistent bats this entire tournament from them as well. I mean, it certainly has the makings of what could be a high-scoring affair. But if the pitching staff can do anything like they did to this team in night 1, it'll just come down to the Cougars' bats having to execute.
Not only that, it also comes down to the defense being played. Cougars have played solid defense, just maybe a few errors here or there, but it's been a sharp defensive showing. And again, the Diablos are going to put the ball in play. You can't strike them all out. So how do you play defense to respond? And we're not exactly seeing the sharpest display here this afternoon.
The 0-2. Missing low and outside.
But again, though, Diablos are playing a lengthy game, so they've been on their feet for a while as well. So maybe that extra rest that Kane County is getting today is going to certainly help them go to tomorrow.
This one blocked away by Perez, straight back in front. Nobody moving in this sort of game.
He took a bite out of Perez.
Yeah, it's the last thing you want. They're going to go check on him. It's like he took that one off the hand.
Well, we're already past the 2-hour marker. We're slowly getting to the 2.5-hour marker, and we're still not through the 5th inning.
Well, that will happen when you have a football score up of 22-6. I mean, it's been 8 runs in the second, 3 in the third, 4 in the fourth, and 7 so far in the 5th for Diablos. They still have a runner in scoring position. Perez gets the magic spray, and he's good to go. It's 2-2. 2-2 is fouled off, and off the roof, straight down. Here comes a souvenir. Great catch.
Tall man wins. Tall man wins.
That's right. You get one opportunity, because if it bounces off your hand, you're never going to see it again. Back at it, the 2-2. Low and outside, and it runs it full.
I mean, we're almost at to the point where we're seeing the second 12-batter inning.
Great snag. Showing the replay there of that fan making a catch as we go to the 3-2. Into center field. Moving back is Blanco. Shifting over to his right, and he will make the catch. And mercifully, the 5th inning comes to an end. A touchdown put up by the Diablos. They go up 22-6. We're going to the 6th inning here in Estadio Alfredo Harp.
We got a new pitcher starting to loosen up for the Diablos. Right-hander. He'll have as much time as he needs to get loosened up. Andrew Marrero starting to throw. So, Colin, now we have the time, and while we have a slugfest on our hands, Chad Ekron, our producer, gave us a lovely question to ponder here as we're in game number 10 of the Baseball Champions League, and we should probably take a look at who is on our all Baseball Champions League roster. So let's go through the positions basically and kind of go from there. I'm going to start with catcher. I'm going to go with the brothers, actually. I'm going to go with Meng-Chu Hu. The way he's been swinging the bat going into this tournament, I think, one, he is a young star who, well, we might see him at some point in a brothers uniform. It's a lot sooner than later. Certainly in this tournament, he really performed well. But not only that, he's one of the guys who just stood out to me, his ability to hit, and not just hit for some power too with the extra bases, but he was also solid behind the plate. So he wasn't just a one-trick pony where you throw a mask and a glove on and hope he stops stuff like a wall. No, he was hitting the ball well too.
Yeah, I think that's a great pick. And a lot of those brothers guys certainly on a list that I would put high up there. I mean, we saw Chun Lu-san on second base, and he did phenomenal. He went over to third and played great over there as well. I'm going to look at, I'll go first base just to keep it around the diamond here and go Dantos, Emmanuel Trujillo, who struggled a little bit in his first game, but he really came on for that Dantos team as that middle part of the order bat and a ton of power. He ended up with 8 hits and 9 RBIs in this tournament, and really most of those only came in 3 games. So he looked really good for that Dantos team and a huge producer.
Well, to piggyback off that, John Singleton, we've seen him play first base. He's also there, but you could also argue that he's more of a DH in this scenario, and I think that's where we'll go DH than John Singleton, the way he's been performing so far through Baseball Champions League. Obviously, I think that grand slam last night just solidified the moment. So Marrero facing Yasiel Gonzalez, who takes downstairs.
He's been huge, and a power bat that's going to be a big part of this game tomorrow, and one that the Cougars are going to have to work around and be smart with.
And at second base, moving over, it's right now between Moises Gutierrez and Josh Allen.
I'd throw one more in there, too, and say Brandon Layton, whenever we've seen him in there for Dantos. We've seen a lot of strong second base in this tournament.
And it's interesting because second base has sometimes been a position where you don't see a whole lot of power. You don't see a whole lot of thumping, but so far in this tournament, it's kind of been the opposite. We're seeing a lot of that so far.
Well, Josh Allen's power has certainly been a factor for the Cougars, especially early, and specifically against this Diablos team, and one they're going to look to anchor on going into the championship game. And we'll stay here and go to shortstop, even though he's played a little bit everywhere. I mean, how about his teammate Elvis Peralta?
That was who I was going to choose.
Diamond, but flashed his power earlier today as well. He's been great with his wheels. Slapped a great tag over at third base, filling in for Claudio Final.
Yeah, I was going to choose Elvis as well. And on the other side then, if you didn't have to choose Elvis, it's quite clearly Carlos Sepulveda. He has been that good. Unfortunately, not able to play in today's game, and we probably won't see him tomorrow. Who knows? But otherwise, the shortstop position has also been something that we've seen quite a bit of. And yes, Elvis Peralta, despite missing the first game, has just done everything he's been asked of him. Hitting, defense, and running as well. Third base, I think it's interesting, Colin.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think he's so valuable as a utility player. And, you know, who knows what George Samus is going to end up going with for that lineup for the Cougars. But you got to imagine Elvis Peralta has played his way onto it. And whether that be at second, short, or third, I would think probably short, because one of the short lists on my name for third base in this tournament is Claudio Final, especially early. He's had a home run, but he's driven in a ton of runs to go on top of that as well. Playing a very strong third base with 4 RBIs. He's got a home run, 7 for 14 at that 500 mark on the batting average.
I like that one, Chad. Benjamin Algaria. See, it's not as easy as it looks, doesn't it? That's going to bring home one on the wild pitch. Here comes a second throw to the plate. Safe. A wild pitch gets away, 2 runs crossed for the Cubans. Yeah, Algaria did look really strong. Now at second base, I mean, you can kind of plug and play anywhere, but kind of a quiet, strong man in that order for Dantos. And yeah, he played well in the tournament, and certainly today he got a multi-hit day, including an RBI sacrifice fly. But when you're in that 3, 4, 5 part of that order, again, we can talk about that about Dylan Thomas, who would go probably in my left field position. Someone who wasn't exactly heavily involved on bringing in runs, but he was heavily involved by being someone who scored. So he was involved just by setting the table up for the big boys behind him.
Yeah, and that's valuable too. And, you know, something we were talking about already with Brandon Layton, and he just plugs right into that. So, you know, power is great, and that's why we mentioned John Singleton. That's why we can, you know, it's been really one strong game, but even at third base with Michael Franco, that power has certainly showed up. But to have guys that can be consistent setup threats, consistent base hits, consistently working pitch counts and working, you know, pitches in general to get yourself on base is equally as valuable. And Alegría did that great this tournament.
Burns at first and second. Andy Casame will step in as another pinch hitter. I would have really liked to have seen, we'll go back to our very first game out in right field for the brothers, Sheng-Yu Lee. And he looked like he was going to be a strong contender, and fortunately, though, he went down due to injury. But again, there's a couple guys on that brothers team who deserve to certainly be mentioned on this list, and last night was certainly a reason to prove as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, they started flashing the power near the end as well. 2 home runs in that game. And they had 3 home runs the entire tournament, which we thought they weren't going to get any. And they ended up flashing the power. It seems like they just got better every game as the tournament went on, and they were in every single game as well. So even if we're not throwing these guys like the #1 spot for the all-team, that entire team deserves credit.
A left field, I already mentioned Dylan Thomas, but Brian Gonzalez has slowly also climbed that leaderboard. Didn't have a great start, but just over the last couple of games, he has been a heavy presence for the Diablos.
Absolutely. And again, it's one we keep mentioning that could bring up some trouble for Kane County tomorrow, is just how much power is top to bottom on this team, and not at the top of the scouting report necessarily is Brian Gonzalez. They're looking at Marmoleos and Franco, you know, all these other guys, Singleton, and Gonzalez kind of gets lost in the fold, but he is a real threat.
Over to center field, and Ramon Flores certainly up there on that list. He already has a couple of home runs today, so that adds to his stat list.
Yeah, I think early on, you know, Eduardo Blanco looked good in the first game for this Cuban team. He's kind of fallen off a little bit. We've seen Armand Upshaw hit a home run and play some key contributor in center field with outfield assists and getting throws in.
Bismarck Rivera should also not be forgotten on that list as well.
Absolutely. Huge for Dantos, especially at the top of the order.
You know, and I think I'm going to go Bismarck in center field for that team.
I like that.
And then right field, it's got to be Max Murphy, the way things have gone so far for him.
I think Max Murphy, not just for what he's done at the plate, which is a lot of what we've been talking about, but the right field he's played out in the field. You know, an outfield assist or two in this tournament, catches being made that are difficult, and really making runners think about whether or not they want to go to that extra base with his arm.
I mean, throwing out runners is one thing. Throwing out runners and basically telling third base coaches essentially to hold your runners because of this arm is another. I mean, look, he's a known guy in the American Association. Almost every third base coach in the league knows to hold up if Max Murphy has the baseball, and it's a 50-50 chance of sending a guy, he's going to be out or safe. Here, though, they were testing him early. They said, why not try it? He proved why you shouldn't. He almost threw out Michael Franco at third base on a bang-bang play that even when George Samus asked us in the hotel later on, is that one we could have challenged? I mean, it was that close. And again, it's the threat of possibly throwing someone out and being a threatening force in the outfield.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And it's so valuable to have. And another guy that, again, nobody was necessarily on the radar of in the tournament when you're looking at the scouting report for the Cougars and what they were bringing, but he's made the most of this opportunity, and he's done a great job. I would say, you know, it was a rough start, but Jose Marmoleos has 8 RBIs in this tournament now, 7-18 hitting, a couple of doubles, a triple, and a home run. So he's starting to make some waves and some noise at right field. Now, a big reason why I would probably put Murphy on top of it is actually playing right field. We've seen a couple of errors and a little bit of miscues from Marmoleos out in right, where Murphy has pretty much been rock solid.
Fouled off the inside of the knee. That is going to hurt. So Chad's giving us 4 pitchers.
All right.
I think my first one, he's not a starter. He came in as a reliever.
Okay, cool. We're going different.
I'm going Jorge Picardo right out of the gate.
Jorge Picardo was phenomenal. Huge game in Dantos as well to come back in that and hold it right where it was. And he was striking guys out left and right.
Yeah, he looked absolutely phenomenal. And then we'll go Brandon Comar, starting off the shutout for Kane County against the Crocodiles yesterday.
That was the one I was going to go with, Brandon Comar. I mean, again, 5 innings pitched. He only gave up 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, no walks. And really, I'll just give honorable mentions to the rest of the guys there, Denny Larondo and Derek Cherry, who helped close up that shutout, because all of those guys looked really strong. And again, attention that's going to have to be made. These guys potentially coming out of the bullpen for the Cougars against the Diablos tomorrow. There's one I want to throw on there for sure. Just give me a second to make sure I get the name correct.
I mean, it's a lot of names, so we plenty of time.
It is a lot of names.
Clearly, we have plenty of time.
Well, we might have to wait till next inning.
I think we might have more time.
I'll go with Hui Sheng Lin.
Yeah.
And give some more credit to the brothers. You know, he had a tough start, right?
Yep.
He was the only one with any sort of major league experience on that brothers team. It was a rough start in game 1 of this tournament. He got hit in the leg, and we didn't know if we were going to see him again. But he came in a key spot to really stop the bleeding and put the brothers in a position to potentially win. And that was huge when he came back into that game and really put control over everything that he was doing. And that was really exciting to watch from Hui Sheng Lin. So that'll be my vote. Even though he had a 10-1-3 ERA, I just think the moment of him coming back and pitching effectively was pretty awesome.
Yeah, especially in that first game. And it was probably going to be his last few batters anyways. And that's just unfortunate to have to leave a game due to injury. But yes, coming back and gutting through any sort of discomfort and pain. So right now it's now an 11-run game. Lead has been skimmed down just a little bit. But yeah, that's 3 solid pitchers that have been chosen so far. And there's still one more spot available. And you know what? I think I'm going to save it, and I'm going to bring it down to tomorrow. Is whoever shows up tomorrow is going to earn that 4th spot, because it comes down to who is going to be the man that shuts everything down and helps hoist a championship at the end of Sunday. All right, so we'll go with the all-round robin team. That's who Chad's going to allow us to do. So that might give us one more moment here. All right, so we've been given the assignment. We have to pick one more pitcher to close up the round robin, and then we have to choose the most valuable player of the round robin. And we will have plenty of time in between innings to decide it. We step aside as we keep moving along from Baseball Champions League. 22-11 as we go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. And we have been deciding our Baseball Champions League all-round robin team so far. We've had a pretty good list. We're still missing a pitcher, and we are still missing an MVP. And at the moment, the pitcher's kind of slipping my mind. MVP right now so far, it might not be the full number so far. And now, right now, at this point, he's really padding his stats on it. It's hard to not choose John Singleton just because of the moments, the grand slam, and a couple of clutch doubles throughout the tournament so far. And again, I really don't think that the Diablos are here without his efforts.
I agree. I mean, he was definitely the first name that came to my head as well. And it's, you know, you look at where they were at and just kind of floundering and coasting through this tournament. And John Singleton's game, where he had 5 hits, including that big home run, that's what changed the course. And it seemed like everybody on this Diablos team woke up, and he's just continued that hot streak as well. I mean, he is definitely swinging a big, big bat. And, I mean, we already talked about it, but one you're going to have to look out for on Sunday if you're the Cougars.
Oh, Chad's going with King Jabari, the 3-run home run that gave King County the lead and secured themselves a spot into Championship Sunday, and that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Absolutely. I mean, that was one that I think got the guys fired up. You know,
yeah.
You get the 3-run homer, and that's a different attitude all of a sudden going into Championship Sunday, completing that 4-0 stretch in pool play. He's the MVP for us just to save us a headache. That's a good point, Chad.
Save us a bunch of I mean, we've already shown that my math skills are not very good right now, so.
Yeah, and I would be remiss to not mention an actual Kane County guy as well. I'll go Josh Allen, who's, you know, flashed a lot of power early. A guy that was thinking about retirement. He wasn't going to be here at all. And George Samus, who he's been close with so long in his career, in recent history, told him, you got to go one more year.
Well, he also was the one who sparked up Kane County on Tuesday. It was a double that was the first hit for the Cougars. And then it was the first run. He went the opposite way off Justin Courtney, and that's what got King County rolling. Ramon Flores continues to prove why he's on that list of all Baseball Champions League, all team on the outfield side. But it really does come down to who performs when the moment gets bright and who is the guy who is stepping up in those moments. And sometimes, yes, it does matter what you do throughout the tournament, but if it's the one moment that either clinches or it's the moment that shuts down, like, for example, we can talk about, like, when you look back at the 2016 World Series and it was Madison Bumgarner who came in and shut everything down. That was one, performance-based, and two, the moment was met. And I think in every single one of these categories so far, I think all but Jabari Henry, because just the offense hasn't been there until that one big swing. The moment has been met alongside with the performance so far from all these guys we've mentioned.
It's not easy either to have to step up in a moment like that when you're not used to being a pinch hitter, right? I mean, he's a staple in that Sioux Falls Canaries lineup. He's an everyday guy. And here, going to Baseball Champions League, he's had to slide into kind of that situational hitter thus far. And they needed him to come through. And it was one shot at it, and he did it.
I mean, at first it looked like it was just, we're getting Jabari in. We know he's most likely going to, one, put the ball in play, and two, it's going to be in the air. Now, there is the added bonus that he can run into something, and clearly that's eventually what he did. But in that moment, you're just looking to get at least the one run in. And then he showed up by popping all three of them in on one giant swing. And not only that, it was also on 3-2. Can't tell you how many times you've seen that before in the American Association. You have Jabari Henry 3-2, and he takes something out. But again, also someone who, because he just doesn't have the RBI numbers, it's kind of hard to not give it to him. But I mean, it's another King County guy. It's Dylan Thomas. Table has been set by him every single game so far. He's not getting the RBIs because he's the one starting the RBI runs.
It's valuable. And I mean, it's so well put together by George Samus and that team. I mean, it was picked for a specific reason, and the lineup gets made a specific way with exactly what you're talking about, Trevor. And
Yeah,
Chad,
Brandon
echoing
Lane.
in the headset just read my mind. I was going to say we can change this more into a podium situation. We have to talk about Brandon Layton, a league or tournament high batting average of 700, 14 for 20. He scored 11 runs in this tournament, and it's exactly what you were just touching on, Trevor. He's not a guy necessarily has a ton of power. He did hit one home run.
Yep.
But he gets on base. He's patient. He works good counts. He had 2 walks. He had 14 hits, 4 doubles. He was always putting himself in a position to be scored. And the driving factor, in my opinion, on why Dantos was in the conversation so long.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, look, there was a situation where Dantos could possibly be playing King County tomorrow. And that is something that should not have gone unnoticed. But it really does kind of put into your mind that you have to be able to meet the moment when you only have 4 games to do it. Now, essentially, the way I think about Baseball Champions League, and this is how I look at it, it's a best-of-5 series. But it's a best-of-5 series that you have to win 4 of those games to give yourself a chance to play for Game 5. Which I think is it's a kind of a weird way to think about it, but it does really spark the question of when you only have 4 opportunities to make something happen, you can't waste them.
No, every game matters from the very start, and that's why it was so tough when everybody got here and had to deal with the elevation change. And a lot of these guys haven't been playing a lot of baseball. To have to come here and start right away, because if you go down 0-1, it's already a long way to the top. And credit to this Diablos team. That's how it started for them. They lost to Kane County in that nightcap. They suited back up, though, after getting the rest the next day. They suited up and won the next day and then continued to win the rest of the way through. And look at them now. They put up 22 runs in 6 innings.
It really does come down to being able to bounce back. And there have been teams who have bounced back. There are teams who haven't. Dantos, they were one of those teams who were able to bounce back. They didn't have that great of a game against Diablos. And so it came down to them fighting to bounce back. And they did. They just came up short. And that's a perfect example right there, Chad. You brought up the Crocodiles. They had a tough game against Dantos. What was their response? They ended up getting blanked by King County. And here today, their response continues to just, unfortunately for them, be a exit of this tournament. And things have just not gone well in that third base dugout, especially today.
Yeah, and if it's not just the play, that's at least the 3rd ball that's gone into the dugout in this half inning. So they're dodging bullets from the Diablos as well. But you're exactly right. And Dantos deserves a ton of credit for what they've done in this tournament, because they have been in every single game they've played as well. And it looked like they would have been a legitimate threat to potentially playing in the BCL championship.
I mean, it really does come down to how you respond, and that's just baseball in a nutshell, and that's what happens over the course of an 100-game season like it is in the American Association. I believe it's just a little over a 90-game season in the LMB, but you play every single day with your travel off days. And if you don't get it done one day, you get another day to do it. Major League Baseball is an 162-day slate of bounce backs. It's how you respond tomorrow. How do you win the night before and come back to the ballpark tomorrow and make it 2 in a row, and then 3 in a row, and then win a series?
Well, and I don't think anybody's embodied that more than this Diablos team.
I mean, in a nutshell, Baseball Champions League is the best represented clubs in a handful of countries. We had 5 represented with the United States, Cuba, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Chinese Taipei. What does Baseball Champions League look like when it grows to the scale that we were just hearing Josh Schaub talk about it with us yesterday, and then when we were at the presser at the beginning of the tournament? Like when it becomes the 6 best nations. Maybe at some point in the future it becomes the 8 best nations. Maybe it comes 12. Like in the whole global scale, it's going to be a whole week's plus worth of responding and setting a tone early. And who is the one that is going to see the adversity of the element or of the travel and take the bull by the horns and go out there and win the dang thing? And that Chad brings it up. Baseball Champions League expands to Europe. So we get to see the European edition of Baseball Champions League in just a couple of months in May. And then eventually, we heard Josh talk about it yesterday, is that Asia is going to be involved in their own Baseball Champions League. This will truly become a global event, if it not already is already. It is going to be the baseball equivalent of the Club World Cup that you see on the soccer scale, of the best teams, not just in the Americas, but South America, in Europe, in Asia, maybe even Africa eventually joins into this as well and becomes a true global event where we really do crown the best team in the world of club baseball, right off the heels of the World Baseball Classic, which also was as mentioned by Josh and the WBSC committee, was built by design. The hype of international baseball on the international stage. And we saw how exciting that tournament was to being brought here to the club side and what we have here in Mexico City. It has been nothing but a pleasure to watch the best international teams go at it. And tomorrow we will get to really crown a tournament champion. Now, Chad brought up a great point. The crowd that's here tonight, and this is a slugfest, but they're still in it. They're in every single pitch. The Chinese Taipei faithful that came out over 200 plus strong. Dantos has had a great crowd. I mean, we had a couple of broadcasters right next door who we believe were representatives of the Nicaraguan broadcasting side.
Yeah, I've seen a Cuban flag tonight as well, so they've got fans that have traveled, and to touch on what you're saying before, it shows how much this has grown in just a 3-year span and how much it's going to continue to grow. And I think part of my favorite part of this league is all of these guys that maybe Major League Baseball has forgotten about or never even heard of, getting an opportunity to go at it again on a big scale, on a global scale, and potentially gain enough attention to get back into being a name value, not just in Major League Baseball, but in Chinese Taipei and the CPDL. It could be anywhere. And just getting more baseball notoriety.
2 more runs are going to come into score on a 2-run single by Maikel Franco.
Boy, just never stops, does it?
No, and again, you touched it on players that Major League Baseball, quote-unquote, forgot. You ask any fan in Philadelphia if they remember Maikel Franco, there's guys who still have jerseys. There's kids who still have baseball cards, posters. Robinson Cano was in this tournament last year with the Diablos. Again, that has Hall of Fame-like numbers. And then you have John Singleton, who was in the Astros organization for a number of years. Jose Marmoleos has a cup of coffee with the Seattle Mariners. And I guarantee you ask my friends back in the Pacific Northwest, they remember Jose Marmoleos. It goes up and down the list of who has played in this tournament. Dylan Thomas for the King County side has Major League experience. Art Warren, we've seen him out of the bullpen. That's got Major League experience. And we heard from Josh say what the buy-in has been like from the players. They love it. You ask those guys down on the field, they say the exact same thing. They love it. They enjoy the competition. And there's something about playing meaningful baseball before your season even starts in March.
And they're all competitive guys. And they don't want to dodge this Diablos team. I think this is who they wanted to see.
Oh, they wanted to see him last year.
They wanted to see him last year. That's exactly right. And they feel like they missed out on that opportunity. And now they're going to get it. Those guys that are repeating, coming back here for the second year, they have a little bit of hunger in their bellies, and they want to get at the Diablos and take the championship away from them and don't let them go back-to-back.
Oh, the Diablos want revenge. This ball is absolutely popped by Ruiz, but it hangs up in the air too long.
Boy, I thought that was gone off the bat.
Certainly did sound like it, but it just died. But again, Diablos, the same exact reaction is on that side. They remember what Tuesday night was like. They remember what it was like to open up Baseball Champions League as the predetermined favorite, expecting to steamroll through the competition. Instead, they got popped in the jaw. They've gone back up and swung a couple of their own haymakers, but they have certainly proven, at least tonight, that they're back, they're awake, and they're ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, they definitely look like the team everybody thought they were going to be tonight. And, they've allowed 11 runs. How much of it has kind of been, due to the score more than anything else? Who knows? But it's the same team that the Cougars, as you pointed out, blanked 9-0, only the second ever shutout in BCL. it's just super interesting to see how these two teams are matching up right now. It's undeniable the pop of this Mexican team with 24 runs in 6 innings. I mean, that is unheard of production.
All of it, too, with going 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first inning.
That's right. So it's really been 5 innings.
Well, they didn't record their first hit until halfway through the second. Or over halfway through the second, if you will. On the way Baseball Champions League, if there's a fan just randomly scrolling through and they find this game and they have just enjoyed watching the tournament, I mean, I've certainly have enjoyed myself being here, and this is something that I wanted to be a part of as soon as I figured out what Baseball Champions League was all about. Just wanting to be a part of the international circuit and how baseball works outside of the United States and Canada. This is my first time, and I'm sure for Colin, this is the same for you, your first time enjoying baseball in a different country outside of the United States, and this is what we get to see, the passion and the energy that is in this ballpark, and it's an experience that I certainly will never forget in my career, however long it lasts.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talked about it last night with the huge crowd between Chinese Taipei and this Diablos team, but whether it's 900 people here or 9,000 people here, they are loud, they're rowdy, they're excited. They do a great job with their scoreboards and getting camera shots and fan shots. There's chants, there's dances, there's all sorts of amazing things that you just don't get in Major League Baseball or even the American Association in the United States. And it's super special. And if you ever get a chance, if you're down here in Mexico City or anywhere to see a Mexican League game, go for it, because they do things really, really exciting here.
I think that just combines to, if you ever get the opportunity to travel to Japan to watch an NPB game, to go to Korea to go watch the KBO. I mean, I remember when COVID was started and the first games that were coming back for baseball was the Korean leagues. And now, like, granted, there was no fans in attendance, but it was baseball at least, and we got to see it. And you kind of just were sitting in your couch and thinking to yourself, how fun would it be in the future to fly to Korea and just go watch a couple of games? How fun would it be to fly to Japan and go watch a series? How fun would it be to even go to the Chinese Professional Baseball League now after watching the brothers play, at least their farm team, and maybe some of those guys will be up there by then? Or if it's just coming down here to either Mexico City or to Puebla or to Monterrey, I mean, anywhere else in the LMB, and get to experience what this is like. Maybe even go down in the winter leagues to the Dominican Republic, to Venezuela, to Costa Rica, to Puerto Rico. I mean, there's baseball played all over the globe outside of the United States, and we just put ourselves in a bubble because Major League Baseball is there. And we talked about it yesterday, I believe, or earlier today. I mean, what would this be like in the cathedrals of Yankee Stadium, in Fenway, in Wrigley? I mean, the moment just doesn't feel like it, except when you travel and you get to experience a club energy like this. But it's a baseball game.
Right. Yeah, it's the same game. And I think some of the misconception from people that maybe are just hearing what you're saying and saying, I've got Major League Baseball, it's the best baseball in the world. Now, that might be true, but it's the experience that you're getting that's completely different and worth the go. And if you're just a baseball fan, anything's good, right? You got minor league baseball, you got the Korean League, like you said, back in 2020, watching the World Baseball Classic and seeing the Tokyo Dome and how sweet that is in Japan. It's all about an experience on top of the ball game that's being played.
Baseball is a universal sport, but being able to travel, being able to actually go sit in the seats, be able to actually ingest what type of atmosphere is like outside of your own country, I mean, you just can't replicate it. You just simply can't. It's not like this in the United States. And that's kind of a challenge to anyone who might be thinking, what would it be like to travel outside? I mean, Chad brought it up. I mean, the World Cup is coming to the United States, Canada, and Mexico. People travel all over the world to go to World Cups, and specifically fans from the United States, when the World Cup is not in the United States, they go and they watch the United States play in another country at the international stage. And this is, our version of getting a chance to do that. So buy that plane ticket. Go fly to Mexico or to Venezuela or to Puerto Rico or fly to Japan. Experience what international baseball is like. You will not be disappointed what you will get to see. We'll continue this in just a moment. We step aside for a pitching change. Well, at 4 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern Time, Sunday, March 29th, the 2026 Baseball Champions League championship game between the home side Kane County Cougars and, for the moment, as it stands, if this game were to end at the scoreline, which the scoreline might not be the same, but at least the score of the Diablos winning, it would be Kane County hosting Diablos Rojos del Mexico for 2026 BCL Tournament Supreme. Yoshinobu Hoshina will now step in as a pinch hitter. And what we've seen from the international circuit so far, we have been given a treat. We have seen Asia brought in to join the 2026 tournament, and it eventually will grow to more. What will Baseball Champions League look like when the entire Asian continent gets brought into play? Teams from Japan and Korea go battling up against each other to decide who represents the Asia continent.
It'd be pretty cool, too, if it's some sort of thing where it gets big enough where there's all these different regions competing, and the winner of that region then would go on to maybe an even bigger tournament that features all of the region winners. So you almost get like a world baseball championship league.
And that's, Chad brought it up, and that's exactly how the European circuit is going to be
that's awesome.
Implemented. So it's what started out as just an idea that let's try to get a couple of the champion clubs from the Americas at least started. So starting out where baseball is at its most popular, the United States and Canada, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Colombia, etc. And eventually it's grown now to adding Cuba, adding Puerto Rico in last year's event, adding Nicaragua to join in again. It shows that baseball continues to run so deep in the core of not just baseball fans, but also in the community. We see kids playing stickball in the streets, or they're playing the bottle cap game of baseball where they take those bottle caps, they throw it, and that's how you learn to train with your eyes to hit. I mean, there is so many ways that you can play this game, wiffle ball, for any kid in the summer. I mean, that was what my summers were mostly like outside of already playing baseball, was playing wiffle ball. I mean, it really is grown into however you can just get a stick, a ball, and maybe a glove, you can play baseball.
That's what's great. My summers were wiffle ball, and then you get in the pool, we play pool baseball. One of those little practice golf balls. Just use your hand as a bat. I've definitely gone the tennis ball route as well. We used like a soft baseball one time out in the backyard with an aluminum bat. And one line drive back up the middle kind of stopped that one.
I have to thank my mother for allowing me to play baseball in the house. One of those little souvenir bats that you would get at games, and then the plush balls. I think my lamp count of breaking lamps or Christmas ornaments we were well past double digits by the time I was like 10 or so.
That's what's great about it, though. I mean, that's piqued your interest now, and I mean, that's why you're here, and that's why so many of these athletes that we're seeing in this tournament are here. Similar stories just like that.
27-13, the highest scoring game in Baseball Champions League history, and it doesn't look like it's done yet. I mean, we are getting close to our fourth hour of calling action. It has been a grind. A day that started very early in the morning, getting up and getting to the ballpark for game one. Outside ball 4. It all ends tomorrow.
One way or another. And I got a feeling it'll be a much different game tomorrow than we've seen tonight.
The battle shall be legendary. And that's also part of it, is that Diablos is defending their Baseball Champions League. The American Association and the Kane County Cougars are looking to snatch it back.
I think when you look at the storyline of this tournament, this is the best championship outcome, and we'll obviously talk about it more in the pregame, but you know, the fact that the American Association has had a representative as a champion with Fargo Moorhead in the inaugural tournament, and now, as you mentioned, Diablos trying to be the first back-to-back champions, and now another American Association team that felt like they should have had the opportunity to go back-to-back as far as representing the American Association and didn't get it. They have an opportunity to play spoils.
Oh, I could already say I wanted to be here last year.
Yeah.
Winnipeg Goldeyes were playing the Kane County Cougars in the 2024 American Association Championship, the Wolf Cup Final, and that was a Kane County sweep. 2 games in Kane County was won by the Cougars, and then in Winnipeg in front of a sold-out crowd, Kane County came in and won. And then I remember I was sitting at my computer back at Blue Cross Park, and we were just sitting down, kind of slowly waiting for our season to start. It was about, it was middle of April because this tournament we put the tournament a little bit earlier this year. And I remember walking past my general manager, Andrew Collier's office, and he said, man, if we just would have done this, this, and this, we'd be sitting down in Mexico City right now. And, part of me didn't really think about that until I sat down and said, oh my gosh, just never even crossed my mind, especially once the season, obviously once Baseball Champions League got going, and seeing Max Murphy in a Cougars jersey, seeing Landon Barraza, seeing Dason Cruz, all of those guys in Kane County Cougars jerseys, felt kind of odd just seeing the team that swept you in the postseason are now representing with some of your players playing for a Baseball Champions League trophy. And, I absolutely wanted to be a part of this as soon as, like I said earlier, I wanted to be here as soon as I heard what this event was like. And this tournament has blown my expectations out of the water. It's been so much fun to be here. A little parachute single off the bat of Rio Ruiz. It gets on by the left fielder. Brian Gonzalez will hold up at third. Or Hoshino will hold up at third, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, the question asked, by the way, was, now that we've been here, how much do we want our team to come back next year now that we've gotten a chance to experience it? And, obviously this is the Cougars' second time here being a broadcaster for Kane County and seeing how much the team succeeded last year and now getting this opportunity for the second time is pretty amazing. And, getting the opportunity to go is a no-brainer, as you said, just to experience baseball in a different culture, to go to a city I've never been to and call baseball games for a team that I've been following now that did so well the year before and care so much about this. I mean, when you talk to the guys, they care about this and they want to win. And that's also what's special about it. But they come back and they tell these stories to other players around the league and how much fun they had in Mexico City, and especially if they win and everybody sees on social media how much fun it was. It means a lot to everybody, and everybody wants to be here.
Base hit through the left side. 2 more runs will score. Runs 28 and 29 are crossing the dish.
Mexico City, I should say the Diablos, they might break the record by themselves that was previously held for the most runs in a game.
Well, it's a 31, and they're not that far away. That run is currently sitting at first base to tie it. And Gabriel Gutierrez steps in as the record breaker. I have to really put this out there, too. I did not think that in my lifetime I would personally ever broadcast a game that had one team just scoring 29 runs. There's oddities in baseball. Random stuff happens, but this I did not think that would happen in my career. At least on a professional side.
Well, they've only got 1 out, and it's only the bottom of the 7th, so you might see a little bit more than just that.
Well, that means they have the bottom of the 8th then to do it as well. And, well, the way things are looking, the bottom of the 9th does not appear to be in focus.
Yeah, not in the cards. And it's crazy that, the Crocodiles have scored 13 runs of their own. It's not like they've been slouching in this game.
Picked that short for 1, over to second. There's the first out, or make that out number 2 and out number 3. So it would have to come down to the bottom of the 8th, 29-13, Diablos. Oh, it's sick. 29-13, top of the 8th. We have almost climbed the mountain. If this is what climbing Mount Everest feels like, this is a bit of a grind. "29 runs, 23 hits, 2 errors for the Diablos, 13 runs on 12 hits, no errors for the Crocodiles. There's been a lot of filler time so far here in the back end of the ball game. In all but 1 inning for Diablos, they have scored a run. A little base hit through the right side for Annabelle Medina. First pitch is taken for a strike to Luis Sanchez. And so remember, we are in March. The final game will be tomorrow, the 29th. And then, well, that's it for us for the next month. The entire month of April, there will be no baseball for us to call for the moment. And then we just sit and wait for May to roll around. And then the American Association season gets going. So to add to kind of what we've been talking about already, what adds the excitement, say, if Kane County wins tomorrow and hoist that baseball championship trophy, that goes back to Kane County. How much fun is that now to kind of wait and anticipate for the 2026 season to get underway?
I almost feel like it's tough because you just go on the highest of highs of being like, you know, we're the best team in this tournament, especially if they win. I mean, they swept the tournament at that point then, perfect 5-0 all the way to winning it. And you feel like you're on top of your game, and then you got to wait a month before you get going in regular season play for the American Association. So it might be a little bit tough for these guys to have to, after having all that adrenaline and all that effort, to have to go back and wait another month before you can actually get back out there. But, you know, just from the Kane County side, I got to imagine coming off of the American Association Miles Wolf Cup Championship, coming here and winning the BCL, that is some huge uplift to thinking, wow, this team might be able to actually go 3 in a row, something that's never happened before in the American Association.
Well, they do have some help along with the rest of the league. Guys like Dylan Thomas, Jabari Henry, staples across the rest of the American Association, but it really does come together for what the American Association has been building to be. And right now, that would be proving to the rest of the baseball world in the United States that the American Association is the league to be in the partner league system. I mean, you have the rest of the partner leagues with the Pioneer League, the Atlantic League, and the Frontier League, but the American Association is the league that represents the United States and Canada in this tournament. So when it comes to playing in this tournament representing, I mean, how fun is that for a player to come in and get to experience this, go back to the American Association, and then still have a full season to be played?
I think it's just special for the guys, right, to just be able to come out here and experience culture, too. I mean, they got an off day. They've had the early games where they've had some time to go out and just, you know, experience Mexico City if you've never been here, while also playing great baseball. Get yourself into in-season form. Going to see a double play here. We're starting to see fast baseball all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, double plays turned. From the first pitch to the last out, Carbless is your game day companion. Smooth, bold flavor in a ready-to-drink can, perfect for enjoying all the action from the stands. Crack one open and make the most of every inning, every play, and every moment at the ballpark with Carbless. Bold flavor in every sip. And we will step aside for the moment as a new pitcher comes in for Diablos. This copyright telecast is presented by the authority of the Baseball Champions League. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. 29-13, bottom of inning number 8. We're almost there. The top of the mountain is in sight. On a afternoon day that started at 4:05 on first pitch, we are officially at the 8 o'clock hour. Almost our longest game of Baseball Champions League play. I mean, granted, slugfests are slugfests, but a run scored in every single inning except the first is definitely a first for me.
Oh, yeah. It's been quite a game to close out the show in pool play.
To the left side, and a base hit for Jesus Villalobos.
We're at 37 hits as well. I mean, I don't want to do too much speculation, but that's got to be getting close to a record.
I mean, we're making Chad really work right now on that, so let's just add to
almost hate to even bring
we have
it
a
up.
Grocery list, just add it on there.
Yeah, what else can we do? Total pitchers used in the game.
Number of pitches in a game. Get the old clicker out. Chopper to shortstop, giving ground. Throws the second one to first. And Flores beats it.
Yeah, it looked like Ramon was a little surprised about how much time he actually had to complete that double play.
Moises Gutierrez will now step in.
Villalobos, I mean, he wasn't really hustling out of the box. You see,
I wonder if he thought that
like,
he
oh,
had a
all right,
chance for a base hit.
Right. Good question.
Ball 1 to Gutierrez. 4 minutes away from officially 4 hours. Ground ball through the right side, a base hit. Gutierrez with a single, and that will bring up Hoshina for his second plate appearance.
Just the contact we've been seeing all night.
Well, it hasn't stopped yet. Oh, he's swung at the first pitch again.
Give some props to the PA announcer here, too, let me tell you. Both of them.
And we have a dual crew. We have one. You have the male voice that you hear is in Spanish, and then the female voice that has been our English translation. Base hit through the right side, rounding third, heading home. And that record-tying run is now in scoring position. The 30th run for the Diablos, so 31 would sit at second to tie it. John Singleton could certainly do it.
Well, we know he can break that record pretty easily with one swing of the bat. It's been a power threat all tournament.
So Yoshinobu with his single once again has added that all Diablos hitters have at least a hit. Now bullpen for the Crocodiles is empty. What do you think it's been like for the umpires, too?
Exhausting, I gotta imagine. I mean, these guys have been putting in work all week, you know, and having to deal with the elements that we've been talking about with the field, just like the players have. And what a way to go out for them, too, at least here in Game 10. I don't know if this is the last assignment for this umpiring crew or members of this umpiring crew, but it's been a long day for them, that's for sure.
Now, they've certainly been busy. They have very similar like us. They have not taken every pitch off. Some of them have umpired the doubleheaders. They've been on both sides of it. Some have had the morning game. Some have had the evening game. But again, like our job, they're there for every single pitch. They've got to be locked in as well. And they have been through the ringer tonight for sure. And now that record-tying 31st run sits 90 feet away. Three for 5 day for Michael Franco. Line drive to left, and the record has been tied. 31 runs for the Diablos. 31-13.
Yeah, the record, by the way, I mean, if you don't know it by now, is
Las Tunas.
Right, and the most runs we've seen total in a game.
By a single team, it's 31. And we broke that total 31 or was it 38 combined?
Right.
And now, 90 feet away at third would be the record of 32 by just a lone team. Remember, it was still sunny and warm when this game started. Temperature has cooled off to 59 degrees, and we have officially hit the 4-hour mark.
This is the last chance they're going to get. They want that record to be in the Diablos name.
Well, special thank you to all who have tuned in and stayed with us for all 4 hours. Line drive down the right field line. The record will be the Diablos, and they will play an add-on to it. A 2-run double off the bat of Rio Ruiz. $33 runs for the Diablos. The record belongs to the host team here in Mexico City.
Well, they've certainly earned it. It has been a freight train that has not stopped since the second inning.
And so when we were talking about that game that had the combined total of runs, that game only lasted 3 hours and 9 minutes.
So it took them a little bit more time.
A little bit, if that adds anything.
Well, they only gave up 7 runs on the other end, right? So
that's true.
It was a little bit quicker on the other half innings.
Oh boy, this ball is gone. Ryan Gonzalez, a 3-run home run. 36 runs now on the board for Diablos.
Yeah, Chad Ekron in our ear telling us not just the history on the most total runs in a game, the most total runs by a team in the game. This is officially the longest game in BCL history, topping one that we saw earlier today with the Cougars and Brothers, or I should say earlier in the week, between the Cougars
back on
and
Thursday
Brothers at 3 hours and 54 minutes.
This one's going to stay in the park for the second out. Well, like I said, I was kind of only half joking when I said we were on pace for 40 runs. We are just 4 runs away. Now 2 outs in the bottom of inning number 8.
Yeah, and just 1 run away from 50 total runs combined.
Oof. I mean, home plate must be throbbing right now. It has been stomped on to bits. Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking there, Chad. And this has been so long of a game. Like, how is Diablos going to recover going into tomorrow for the championship? We'll find out. We're 3 outs away when we step aside.